Ciao a tutti. Hello to all the people at STS. I think Joel will be joining us at some point, although I guess I'm not entirely certain about it. I hope he does. But we're waiting for the trial to take up again. We resolved, hopefully, not we, they resolved, hopefully, all the issues about what was coming in and in what form it was coming in and how much of it was coming in this morning, so we should be ready to go. They agreed as to what portions of the video of Carmen Lauber's interview by the lead detective on the case, O'Driscoll, will be coming in. And the state said that it would publish it, which means the jury will see it, and so will we. We're going to hear it because he said they would play the recording or the audio and then run a transcript at the same time. Hopefully, the video person who's in the court will just keep the camera on the screen so we can read rather than, scan the courtroom so we can see other people. But in any event, we're going to hear those portions that were agreed to, although I think the defense still has a continuing objection to it anyway. And so that will be Carmen Lauber. She's being recalled. The state may ask a few more questions. I think they'll be very careful in what they ask because they don't want to reopen the cross-examination broadly. And then the defense is going to be able to cross-examine on an unsigned affidavit that said that someone had seen Carmen Lauber with a drink in her hand around the time that she had said she was sober and was not taking drugs or alcohol or anything. So the defense is going to impeach her or attempt to impeach her with regard to that unsigned affidavit, and we'll see what happens. So that's where we are. When she completes her testimony, I think then we will hear from Detective O'Driscoll. In any event, that's my rendition of what I think they ended up deciding earlier today, and we will now be ready to go, and the jury will be ready to go, and hopefully the state can rest today or first thing tomorrow. I think that's what everybody anticipates. The judge asked the defense if it would be ready to put on witnesses tomorrow, and the defense said it wanted a half hour after the state rests, and then it would be ready. And I had some questions in the chat about that earlier. Why would the defense need a half hour? And my best guess is they want to talk to her again about whether she wants to take the stand. I'm sure they're going to discourage her mightily from doing it, but I think they do want to talk to her before they start presenting their case, because it may affect the order of presentation of witnesses, if not who it is that they end up calling. I had a question, or I saw a question in the chat before this break about how can how can Kouri contest what's in the walk the dog letter if she's not on the stand? Well, they can and the answer is they can challenge the letter with regard to when Detective O'Driscoll is on the stand with regard to what the meaning of the letter says, and the way they've been doing it with other witnesses to try to get at or underplay what the state's case is without calling Kouri Richins to do it. As I said, I got some questions about this. I would be incredibly surprised. I can't underscore incredibly enough if Kouri Richins takes the stand. There are too many things that she would have to explain, and those things that need to be explained are strong for the prosecution now. And if she gets on the stand and tries to explain them, I suppose a miracle could happen and she could do a good job, but I don't see a miracle coming. So the judge, there's the judge. We can see the judge's head. We don't see anything else. I don't know if he's talking, but if you look, you can see the judge's just the top of his head down there. So hopefully that means we're going to be going soon. And I hope you all had a good break and got other things done. I got 2/3 of my Italian homework done, but not all of it. So I've got to go back and review it. And we'll see. The other thing that'll be interesting is the judge said the defense is limited to that one area, that is that unsigned affidavit that they hadn't seen before, and is not allowed to go reopen and ask other questions. He said he'd give them a little latitude, but he said, I emphasize little. And the lawyer never even responded. Actually, I thought it was kind of amusing. She never even acknowledged he said little. She went off on another subject. She may have been so focused on what she wanted to say that she barely registered it. But we'll see how disciplined she is in keeping to the scope of the direct examination. And we'll see what, if anything, the state then asks on a redirect, having recalled this witness. As I said, I'll be very surprised if the state asks very many questions. I think they're going to be trying very hard to keep this contained. You know, her cross-examination is over, and they do not want to give the defense another shot at it, another bite of the apple to start asking questions again. But we will see. And I would like them to start because I'm ready. And I don't even see the top of his head anymore. This is not good. I thought this was promising when I saw the top of the judge's head, but now I don't see the top of the judge's head. Oh, well, maybe that's him. Do you think that's he walking around over there? I don't know. I don't know whose top of the head it is. It's not one of the defense lawyers. I don't know who that is. I'm hoping it's the judge. But all right, and there were a lot of comments this morning about why all this wasn't done pre-trial, and I agree with you that maybe some of it, maybe most of it could have been handled pre-trial, but some of the things that happen at trial open up new avenues. That's why on motions in limine, these are the motions pre-trial where the defense or the prosecution tries to get some things resolved about what can't be introduced. Judges often leave it open because on a cold record, before anything happens, a judge can make a ruling. But something could happen at trial, such as the defense lawyer asking Kouri Wright, did you have knowledge of Eric Richins' drug use? And he said, I had heard from, and then hearsay came in that otherwise couldn't have come in. That was not anticipated. That triggered one of the discussions yesterday about then the prosecution asked a question about, did you ever hear anything about Eric Richins using illicit street drugs? And then the defense wanted to open up to ask more questions about it. All that happened because the witness on the stand answered a question more broadly than the question, not anticipated, and it opened an entire area that they then argued about for a fair amount of time. So some of it just cannot be anticipated. Some of it depends on how the evidence comes in and what actually a state's witness says, or what the defense might answer or ask on cross-examination that would then lead to a different area of examination during the trial. So however much you want to do and try
139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Defense counsel is present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Greg, do we have all 12? We're missing 2. All right. As soon as we have the final 2 jurors, we can get started.
Now we're waiting for jurors.
Very good.
How inconvenient. Everybody in the courtroom seems to be ready. Look at the prosecutor. He's sitting forward tight like he's going to pounce, doesn't he? It looks as though, you're curious about what they're doing. We can't see when he goes off camera what it is he then does. Maybe he's cleaning the screen on the video camera. I don't know what he picked up. It was a piece of paper anyway. Okay.
But it's always so. So when you put it in, yeah, just because it's formal about it.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Thank you, Julie. I bought this on the streets of Sorrento. I wonder if they got caught in traffic, because surely with all this time, they didn't have to stay in the courtroom. They were allowed to leave and go do other things. Oh, Joe, hi.
Good.
So glad to see you.
Here I am. How are you? What have I missed?
Well, you missed, actually, you missed a resolution of all of the issues from yesterday.
Okay.
But that turned out to be a big deal because the judge did some legal research after we ended yesterday and discovered that he had to tell the defense and prosecution they needed to be more precise in what they looked at. And that led to the prosecutor submitting a new memo, evidently, and then the defense. And then they had a hearing, apparently through Zoom last night. And in any event, the end result is the amount of video that the prosecutor will be introduced is much more limited than it sounded like yesterday.
Okay. But are we
and
still
he's-
expecting the jury to come in here?
Yeah, we're waiting for 2 jurors now who haven't arrived yet. He's ready. The judge is ready to go, and we're
Okay.
going to start, I believe, with Carmen Lauber, because one of the agreements was the state would call her back. I might ask 2 or 3 questions, not going to ask much, and then the defense is going to be able to recross her. The judge told them you have to stay to the scope of the redirect, and also apparently a document surfaced that the defense had not seen. It was an unsigned affidavit saying this person had seen Carmen Lauber apparently with a drink in her hand over the time that she said she had been clean and had not been doing alcohol or drugs. So the defense is going to be able to cross her on that. Judge said he'd give them a little latitude, and he said, "You heard me. I'm emphasizing little." So we'll see how much that works.
I'm curious to see if he takes a tougher stance now. Again, you can see him in that two-way mirror. It's crazy to me. I just feel like that mirror is inviting problems with a juror getting spotted. But it is now, just so everyone knows, 2:58 p.m. on the East Coast. That means it is 12:58 on the sorry to confuse everyone. It's 2 minutes. It's 1 minute to 1, and the judge asked the jurors to be there at 1, so they have 1 minute to get in there. So hopefully they do. Well,
I don't think he's going to be a good position to chastise them if they're a little late, given the way the trial has run.
Have we ever seen a jury boycott a trial? That'd be interesting.
No, but there is an old English case that led to jury nullification where the jury was told it was William Penn. The jury was told it had to come back with a decision of libel because then truth didn't matter, and the jury didn't want to do it. So the jury wasn't following instructions. The judge didn't allow them to eat or drink. He locked them up in the room and didn't feed them and have them drink anything until they complied with his ruling.
What year was this?
First Amendment case, Joel.
What year is that?
Oh, when was William Penn? 1600?
Oh, so
that was not recent.
Yeah, that was a while ago. 5 with a good. Haven't seen you, 5 car. Good to see you back. How did they know it was alcohol in her hand? Good point. If it was red Solo cup, how could you tell? Donna Hallman becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate that. By the way, I'm going to be a guest on Courtroom Confidential tonight with Josh Ritter, the great Josh Ritter. 8:15. We are doing a show tonight at 7. That's going to be really interesting. Doug McGregor is one of our best guests. He goes by the Geoprofiler. He uses geographic modeling to search for people. He's not actively working on the Nancy Guthrie case, but he and a retired homicide detective who use geographic profiling are going to come on tonight and explain how they would use it or how it could be used in the Nancy Guthrie case. So it's going to be a unique, out-of-the-box Nancy Guthrie related show. And then tomorrow night, we're back doing sort of a recap on the Alexander brothers. Steve Cohen is working hard to try to get a victim who he had been in touch with. So we will see that victim's attorney, at least an attorney is going to be here for a victim. And we'll kind of take a walk down memory lane with the Alexander brothers tomorrow night. Sharon letting us know it is now 7 p.m. in the UK. What time is it there in Italia, Joe Patuto?
It is 8.
8 o'clock, 5 hours ahead.
Yeah. It's because you're on daylight savings time and Europe isn't yet. It's normally 6 hours here.
Joe, they got to get rid of this daylight saving time, going back and forth. Just keep it at daylight saving time, please.
Well, everybody agrees with that, but you don't get consensus on how you do it. Whether you start earlier, whether the day starts later, they can't decide on what time to pick. So we're at a stalemate.
It was kind of like they said, how can we depress people who live in New Jersey more? Let's make it darker an hour earlier in the fall.
I take issue with that. People in New Jersey are not depressed. It's a wonderful state. It has all kinds of, great shore.
Yeah.
Wonderful shoreline, probably the best in the world.
Yeah, fantastic tomatoes. Fantastic tomatoes. Jersey
there you
tomatoes.
go.
Yeah.
Not depressed.
I was just picking on Jersey because we're both from there. It's 9 p.m. in South Africa. How about that? And that is why we are a global phenomenon. Brad Bloodworth looks about the same he always looks right now.
I think he looks tight and ready to pounce, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Kind of. Yeah, maybe you're right.
But he is unflappable no matter what happens. You can't tell from what he says or how he says it what he's feeling.
Yeah, it's the military background, I think.
Yeah. The only hint is there might be a long pause before he says anything.
Yeah. Look at this. Buenos noches from España. 10:02 in España. Elena, where are you from? Barcelona, Madrid, Toledo. Let us know where you're from. So we're waiting on jurors. This is interesting.
It is interesting. 2 of them, not just 1.
Yeah. Did the judge look at all peeved by that or no?
No, I don't think so. I'm not even sure I saw him because the points we always saw was the top of his head. So I can't swear that when he said that he was in full view. Somebody in the chat probably knows.
By the way, there's no truer comment ever posted than this, that New Jersey pizza is greater than everywhere else. And I have a friend from Long Island and we fight about this. So I'm going to take a picture and send it to him.
Thanks,
please have a seat as you come in.
There we go. The jurors are here.
You think this judge has aged over this trial?
Please have a seat.
I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll now proceed with additional evidence in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state recalls Carmen Lauber.
Very good.
I'll be here eating off camera for a minute.
Okay. I'll bet this is the one thing she was hoping would happen over anything else, to have to come back in and testify again.
Ms. Lauber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn back in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please have a seat. When you're comfortable, please adjust the mic so it's close.
Good.
It's probably going to need to be a little closer. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Oh, he's not doing any
Ms.
direct.
Lewis.
Not going to risk opening up anything.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No,
Okay. So nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
no.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about your probation that you've been on since May of 2023 when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, okay?
When I was released from Wasatch
Jail.
County?
Yes, when you were released from
Yes.
Wasatch County Jail and then you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
Income honor, yes.
All right. All right, so when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes,
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes,
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and?
yes.
Everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
She
There's
will in
nothing
just a
there
moment.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, now it's there.
And do you recognize that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes,
Your Honor, could we I'd move to admit 3014 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Overruled. 3014 is admitted for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay, and you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions. Is that true?
correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes, I said that,
Okay.
sorry.
Now we'll get to see them, hopefully. There we go.
But since May of 23, I mean, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to since you signed that paper?
Now, which one do you, no.
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one? Is that
I'm
the one
sorry,
you're talking
what?
about? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes,
So you violated that condition.
yes,
All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
if you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes,
All right.
My-
So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness defense exhibit 3010? And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct? Okay. I'm sorry. So October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right. And you drank the drinks also?
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
buying them, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay.
think
It was
that-
Detective Maynard contacted you.
Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
had told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall the time I consumed it, no. I had bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd beg to admit. for
Objection,
impeachment
Your Honor.
purposes.
I think
Um,
hearsay,
Hearsay, yes.
sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that is.
Can't read it.
Thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it, but the line that is highlighted.
yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
Okay. So if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, it was, yeah,
All right.
he said it, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.?
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early.
So
If I was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
so you don't admit that you violated your curfew.
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew.
Yes, but I
Okay.
said I did not stay the whole concert.
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking.
No.
No. Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee.
She agreed because it was in the officer's report, but the officer's report could have been wrong. So in her situation, she didn't have to agree if her memory was different.
Do you remember that letter now, Ms. Lauber?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 30/12 and publish it?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not.
Are we admitting you for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question her.
Yes.
Sustain. If you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right. All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that, actually, Your Honor, could we approach 1 second?
Of course.
Because you said that is going to be hearsay in the letter again. So we'd be interested in the chat. Do you think when she said she had the drink, but she didn't say she drank it, that she was lying at that point until she saw the report from the officer?
So you were writing to ask for permission to go, could you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me, so I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes. No. Yes. Yes and no.
It was not. It wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment. Your Honor, that's all we have.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified to a gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that the gun that detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date, but
But it's in evidence. Thank you.
yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
But she may leave now. Yes.
So, Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind.
Okay.
And do not talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, very good. You're free to go.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
Detective,
Okay,
let's
here
get
we
you
go.
sworn in.
The statement that they had, that she had the drink in her hand, was not something that had been turned over to the
Do you solemnly
defense.
swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole
Yes,
truth, and
ma'am.
nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
One more time, sir. What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''D''RISCOLL.
And what, sir, do you do for a living?
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the Sheriff's Office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper, and various other administrative duties.
When did you become a detective?
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes, everywhere from simple assault to sexual assault, shootings. I was also on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress or major incidents in the county, as well as all deaths in the county.
Are you currently the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
Was this your first death investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I had investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of the information, particularly the results from the autopsy as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were three likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl. The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
As part of your investigation, did investigators get Eric's Doppel history?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 1-27? While that's coming up, what is a Doppel history?
DOPL stands for Department of Professional Licensing, but in our world what it means is the state holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage, things like that. The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
What about online?
Your Honor, are you
purchase?
able to publish that to the witness and counsel?
Yes, sir. You ready? Preview to the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You should see it now.
Is this the Doppel history that investigators requested?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we publish?
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. He's moving to admit it.
So move to admit and publish.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1-27 is admitted.
Scott, if you could embiggen that bottom portion, please. What's the headline here, Detective?
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to, and then it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription-controlled substances during that time frame.
Did investigators search Eric's phone for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get 2-118D, please? Is this an accurate depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move to admit and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
I hate that this prosecutor doesn't want these things read. We have to read them.
Yeah, it's
Crazy.
yeah, it is.
Scott, 2-119D, please. Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again, I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, State moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Okay, this is around the first murder attempt that's alleged on Valentine's Day. The dates were 1/13 and 1/15. He wants soup. And she asks if he wants gummies again. And he says yes with an exclamation point.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent?
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel, and I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please? Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Overruled. 8-21, did I get the number right? 8-21S is admitted and published.
She insists on doing that even though she doesn't have to renew the objections to preserve them.
Let me write a
Did
book.
detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information, and part of their production, they produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115? Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled. With respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct, and the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to the extent that State's Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements. Published 2-115.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
I think it starts from the bottom up.
So she's asking to be a guest. People who are driving want us to read, Joel.
I would read it if I could, but most of what we're looking at is too small. These are very small emails and messages going back and forth. This one's somewhat legible.
Right now, all they're trying to do is set up a date, and she was supposed to provide a list of talking points in any particular, item she wanted to bring in for them to look at.
Imagine if she's convicted of this, killing her husband. She writes a children's book about grief for her kids. About
Chutzpah, right?
Yeah, that is some serious chutzpah. Wow.
In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott, 8-37, please.
Joe, do you think this is so?
Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Damaging to her? I mean, she wrote a book. She wants it to be purchased.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Looks awful.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
I mean, you're a published author. It doesn't bother me. I mean, there's a lot of evidence against
Do you
her, but
actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach.
I mean, I think one of the issues that is going to be hard for the jurors to like, you look at her, she just doesn't look like a murderer. That's the problem. And not that there is a look for a murderer, and everyone's going to start yelling at me for that. That's what we heard Georgia and Sarah Dugan say in the Donna Adelson trial. But I don't know. I think if there's any kind of like hesitation with stuff, it might be that it just doesn't translate, the way you see things in the movies, the way you see things on Dateline. Although in Dateline, there's plenty of people that kind of might look like her, but it doesn't comport. You get what I'm saying, Joe Patuto? The book, yeah. I mean, the book part of it, I just find to be extra sociopathic. You know what I mean?
why?
Because she's accused of murdering her husband. I mean, you mean like? Well, I'm curious. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, assume she had not killed him.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Oh no.
So
If she didn't kill him,
then
then
for the kids, and then she tries to get publicity for the book. She wants to have sales. That doesn't strike me as anything damaging. I mean, maybe I'm the only one who feels that way. I mean, you write a book, you want to sell the book.
Well, if it's a big if. If she did not kill her husband, and
right.
the jury believes she did not kill her husband, then no, I don't think it's that big a deal. If
Okay.
they believe she did kill her husband, then I think it's pretty sociopathic. Yeah.
I see you. So you think it's in there because if the jury believes or thinks there's evidence to show she killed her husband, this is really kind of terrible that she'd be doing this sort of thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Scott.
That I get. Thanks.
Would you redact all text below the photograph, please?
I don't think she doesn't not look like a murderer. I really don't have a picture of murderers in my head.
It's funny. The women are yelling at me, but Kevin's like, Joel is right. I wonder if this is a male-female thing. She does. You're telling me if you saw this woman at Target, you'd say she looks like a murderer? I mean, there aren't people.
No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption of the photograph.
No, but I'm not sure when I go into Target, I look around and say, gee, that guy looks like a murderer, but that woman doesn't.
Oh, I always do.
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Bloodworth.
I mean,
Your Honor, 8-37.
You want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it.
Okay.
Now.
The point is, no one looks like a murderer.
8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I mean, one reason to put it in is she looks a lot different there than she does with her little hair in a
Towards
bun.
the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott, 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technicians scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 401 and 403, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled. State's Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
Thank you. Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, a subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
Corey's
Scott,
mother.
8-34, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to the subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March the 21st, 2023.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
No objection.
8-34 is admitted and published.
Okay, you're her
Detective
mother.
is Lisa Darden, Kouri Darden's mother.
Yes, she is.
Why would you send that to law enforcement, and why would you think they couldn't track it?
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection to 401, 403, and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Scott, 2-121, please. This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Book Writing Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
I think that's Lisa Darden in the back. That's my guess. I don't know. Well, now this, I think,
You're
is,
talking about who we're looking at right here?
yeah, do you think that's her mother?
It might be.
The cameraman must think so because he's focused on her.
Yeah, which is odd because she's sitting 3 inches from Eric's dad.
That's not Eric's. Oh, you mean he's in the row in front. You're
Yeah,
right.
in the row in front. Yeah.
Well, now, I do think it's a little diabolical to hire a ghostwriter to write a book and then say you wrote it with your children to get them to sort of feel better about the loss and then go try to tout the book as yours.
She also wrote it like immediately. Like usually things like that take a little bit of time, like to actually you're going to write a book about grieving, usually you're going to grieve first a little bit.
Yeah, but her claim was the boys were having trouble, and this was the way to sit down with them and sort of work it out.
Yeah.
I mean, that claim gets lost when she's found as somebody to ghostwrite it for her, clearly.
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue book writing lane?
Yes, that's correct.
Somebody in the chat said that's
And
not
does
her.
this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging book writing lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection, 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections are overruled. States 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to
Oh, my
go through
apologies.
141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please. Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Object to 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, they're also moving it too fast for me to help. Oh, that's just ha 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 ha. And then the question is, what is the book called? That's from her brother. It turned out so cute, just something for the boys and to understand the book writing process. Brother wants to know when it is on Amazon. She said we submit on Thursday for review and they approve 24 to 48 hours. And then it will be live, so I'm thinking Monday. Awesome, so proud of you from the brother.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro, I'm excited.
I mean,
really
this is it.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, if she is convicted of this crime, this takes this to a whole, I mean, just another level of, I don't know if it's sociopathy, psychopathy, how about just insanity or craziness? But maybe I'll need to bring Carm on. Carm's on the show Friday. Maybe we'll talk Kouri and what's going on with this particular aspect of it.
It's supposed to cost $2,500. That doesn't count the ghostwriter, I'm sure.
Yeah. Thank you to Avalon Apples. Thank you. I like that name, Avalon Apples. COE made me watch the JFK Jr. made for TV. It was on Hulu, Joe Patuto. was like a 10-part series.
Oh, boy.
It was the greatest thing to happen to me because I could just completely tune out. It was like white noise, and I just relaxed. And somehow the COE got through 10 episodes in 2 nights. Those Kennedys, they got some tragedy in their lives.
They do.
Yeah, wow. Well, everyone, I think people here know. Someone says Kouri's mom looks like a psychopath. She had a domestic partner, a woman that she lived with, who, according to all reports, died a very similar death to Eric Richins. So there was even talk at one point.
Scott, 2-113, please.
There was even talk about reinvestigating her. I don't know where that stands. Someone says that they were related to Carolyn Bissett, or the family was. Where did that just go?
The mother's significant other had an insurance policy. I don't know how much money it was, and the mother was the beneficiary. Does the documentary say whether that marriage was in trouble? Because what I saw at the time was that it was.
Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023
Sort of.
text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
Objection 4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled.
I saw them at a restaurant in New York once.
2-113 is admitted.
They must have had tickets to the theater or something, and he was just lingering, and she wanted to go, and they were down by the door, and she was berating him because he just wasn't moving quickly enough.
Really? It sounds like me and Carm. He was a good-looking, even. I mean, it was very. They're both very good-looking, but he just still he had that like lost in time fashion. Like he'd be cool today the way he was cool then.
Yeah. It's easier for a man to do that because men's fashions don't change as much.
True.
Okay. My title is, she's spending a lot of time telling everybody about this book.
Yeah, I think she likes the attention.
She does. And it's certainly not mourning. And not trying to exercise the grief in any way.
Yeah. Well,
Scott, 2-114, please.
Well, we don't know if that's Lisa Darden, but the cameraman certainly thinks she is.
Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
I pulled up a picture of her and I still can't tell. I think it is.
People in the chat are saying no. One person, yes, one person in the chat said no, but everyone else is saying yes.
I don't know if you can see that because of the light.
That's one of the sisters. That's Amy, I believe.
No, but what I'm holding up.
Eric's sisters, not Kouri.
Is that her? That's.
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute? Understood. I misread it. Okay. Zoom back out so I can see the number. My apologies. Defendant's objections to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
Somebody wants to know how much she makes per book. She wants a website so they can buy direct through the website at $10 a pop. She wants to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. So the next 30 days, there's going to be an exclusive.
Your Honor, may we approach a
Marketing.
legal issue?
Of course.
Did he just ask to approach? I think
Yeah.
we're getting a sidebar. Do we know?
I don't know. He has to approach on a legal issue, is what he said. Okay, maybe it's hearsay. I don't know.
STS, I'm curious. If she's convicted here and she is said to be a killer by the jurors, do you think she would have done this again to another person? Curious what you think. Joe Patuto, I'm always amazed by who's able to commit these types of crimes.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me if you're sitting in the Olive Garden at a table next to her, you're going to say this woman's a killer? Like she just
I'm not saying I would or I wouldn't. I'm just saying when I go into I wouldn't go in. Never. When I go into a restaurant, I don't look around and say, let me think who are the killers in the room. Just doesn't occur to me.
Oh, that's all I think about. Yeah.
I still, I get back to if the state's evidence is correct, he suspected her of trying to kill him and he stayed with her. And I think you, Joel, said you thought it was because of the boys, and I gave my advice to everyone. If you think your spouse is trying to kill you and for some reason you do not believe you should leave or can leave, write notes to everybody and tell your spouse you've done it.
Yeah. Joe, what about this? I mean, Cowboy Girl, why are these texts important? Why is it so important? I mean, I assume if you think she's guilty, then this adds fuel to the fire. But is there anything else that's relevant?
Yeah,
here?
I think what they're doing is trying to, you've got the evidence, but Joe, you said she doesn't look like a killer. Mm-hmm. What they're trying to do is give you a picture of her, or the jury a picture of her, from which they can say, yes, this person could do all kinds of things, including murder. And this is, she's touting this as one way to help her boys get over grief, when really she appears to have hired a ghostwriter and she's out to just make money on it, which ties into all the other evidence that she was out trying to make money, and he was getting in her way. And money is one of the motives. So I think, it's not a big thing. The fact that she gets a ghostwriter and is pushing a book and it's a lie doesn't make her a murderer, but it certainly moves the needle in the direction of, I want to look more closely at this person who can do this.
Yeah.
You heard this. Would you invite her to Sunday dinner?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little slow, so maybe. But no, it's weird. It doesn't resonate with me. That's something I would have. I'm just curious, for jurors.
No, let me ask it differently. If you knew that someone's husband had died, that she was touting a book, saying she'd written the book to help her kids get over grief, and then you find out that she hired a ghostwriter and was out pushing the book and wanted to make money off the book, and that was her goal.
Folks, a short restroom break, please.
Sunday dinner.
Yeah,
Clearly would not.
Short restroom break. It is 2 p.m. in Utah, 4 p.m. on the East Coast. Yet another bathroom break that we will take. Joe Patuto, I know a few people who were let's just put it this way, not too stable upstairs that appeared like they might be, but they're not.
Ms. Nestor,
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Driscoll's part of the
That's fine.
investigation.
That's
Okay.
fine.
You can talk to Detective O'Driscoll during the break. Folks, we're going to take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
I don't know. They must have a lot of bathrooms in that courtroom that he thinks all 15 or 14, however many jurors they have, in 8 minutes can all get through.
He just goes to his chambers. I still want to know how tall this guy is. No one's ever told me how tall this guy is. I think you're right, Joe. I think they're like painting a picture here of just, they're trying to illustrate that she is not who she appears to be or what she appears to be.
And particularly if you say she doesn't look like she could kill, this is important to them.
We would all, S. Beachy, look at this. We would all be on her S list just because we watch STS.
It's a compliment, Joel.
Yeah, I love it. I don't know where that went, but Joel, if she's found innocent, would you try to get her on your show? I'd be willing to talk.
Let me say one thing. She would not be found innocent. She'd be found not guilty.
Great.
The factual innocence of a defendant is never, ever an issue at trial. The question is, did the state prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt? So you can talk to jurors who say, I think it was pretty clear she did. I thought, yeah, she did it, but I didn't think that the state had proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Kelly yelling at me. Don Adelson did not. That was the example I used, Kelly. I used that very example. This trial feels like it's getting a little long to me, Joe Patuto. I mean,
because count all the times that they're not doing anything.
Yeah,
it's very frustrating.
It is. It really is. I do think that the state will probably rest tomorrow. Joe, do you agree?
Yes, I don't know whether you had come on yet, but the judge asked the defense if it was ready to start putting on its case, assuming it was going to have a case. And one of the Nestor said, yes, they'd have one or two witnesses ready tomorrow. And she also said she wanted 30 minutes after the state rested to talk to her client. And I assume that's another time when she wants to talk to her about not testifying, because it may affect witnesses, the order of witnesses, their preparation, because I can't imagine anything else they'd need to talk to their client about after the state rests. Crumb Cake Lady had a question. Did we hear the judge say O'Driscoll could speak to the attorneys? That's what I heard. Yes, I heard it too.
Teen Bean, does Wendy look like a killer? How do I answer this?
You started this stream, so it's all yours.
I'm not sure how to answer that without getting sued, but more so than Kouri Richins, to me, at least. I'm talking like strictly like. I'm just talking like what you imagine a killer to look like is not how I picture Kouri Richins. I don't know how else to explain it, but I understand that there is no look. That's the whole point. There is no look. Carm could be a killer for all we know. I hope not, Mom. But I mean, there's no look. And as Phil Waters says, who's investigated over 400 homicides, any person under the right set of circumstances, or better yet, the wrong set of circumstances, could commit a crime like that.
I agree with him. Any person under the right set of circumstances can be a killer, but I don't think any person under the right set of circumstances can be a murderer.
That's a good point. Good distinction. And I will.
Thank you.
I will.
You can share it with him.
Yes, I will share that. I'll take all the credit next time.
Go ahead. It's yours.
But Josh Grossman, I mean, I think about this. I think, well, what if she married Josh Grossman? Would Josh Grossman eventually be in some sort of potential trouble once she was done with him. I don't know. Do you guys think that Kouri Richins is the type of personality that would be a quote unquote repeat offender or repeat killer? Is she a murderer, to Joe's point? Oh, yeah, you're right. Jodi Arias did not look like a killer either. No.
Yeah.
People don't look like on the show last night. Jeff Wood, he's a retired FBI agent out of Boston. He was talking about the Boston Marathon bombing. The guy who's spending the rest of his life in a supermax prison, Zohar Sarnayev, he doesn't, to me, doesn't look like a Boston bombing marathon person, but he is, and he's convicted, and he's spending the rest of his life. So, like, what does anyone look like? I have no idea.
It's not what they look like on the outside. It's what's going on the inside.
100%. Joe, you some deep points today. Yeah. Yes. But maybe I'll bring Carm on for this on Friday, and we'll talk Kouri.
Yeah.
I know I mentioned it. I'm going to be on with Josh Ritter tonight, 8:15. Hold on. Oh, Kelly says, Joel, I'm not yelling at you. You're the best, but she's yelling at me because it's in all caps right here. How dare you, Kelly? 7 o'clock. I told you this. We've got Doug McGregor, the GO profiler. He's coming on with a retired homicide detective and one other person tonight, and they're bringing maps and all sorts of things that they would use to try to search for Nancy Guthrie. I'm excited because if we're being honest, the story is kind of hit a wall right now, and it's an important story, but this is a totally different angle on that story that you're not going to see anywhere else. So that's going to be 7 o'clock Eastern tonight. Joe, are you like, what do you watch TV wise? Like, are you a rom-com, romantic comedy type person? Do you watch America's Most Wanted?
No.
What is your show of choice or your genre of choice?
I like sports, I watch sports. I watch mysteries. Like Dark, what is it? The one that's on right now it's about the two Native American.
Dark Wind.
Dark Winds.
That's a great show. That's a great
It is. And the books are great also. And there was an earlier Dark Winds serial that was done. This one is less faithful to the books, but I think it's really well done. So that sort of thing. British mysteries.
Yeah, I'm into that.
It's the kind of thing that I really like. Biographies. I love biographies. Oh, and I'll watch, sort of the gossip stuff, like what's going on with Meghan and Harry and Andrew, who used to be a prince. And, that stuff fascinates. Well, it doesn't fascinate me. I get a perverse pleasure out of it, I guess would be the accurate way to put it.
That's good. Yeah, Dark Winds is good. People chiming in. That's a good show. That lead actor is awesome, that guy.
And I recommend the books very, very much.
I didn't even know it was based on a book.
Oh, not one book. It's a series of books. And in the books, the affinity to the medicine and the what would you call it? The religion of the Native Americans is switched. It's the younger detective who feels the connection, and the older detective in the books does not. His wife does, but he does not.
I've been hoarding The Pit. I've not watched it yet. There's someone in here who just mentioned The Pit. That's the show about the ER in Pittsburgh. Right here. I'm all caught up on The Pit. Law Girl, I saw a headline the other day that bummed me out. It says that in season 2, The Pit is now on life support. Do you agree with that, Law Girl? Has it hit a wall? It's tough to keep shows interesting and good, but I love the first season of that.
They have to go farther and farther out, and they become less and less realistic as the show stays on year after year.
Why did the Brits have such good, like, detective shows? What's going on there? Like, I don't get it.
I don't know, but they really do. They do a really good job. But Dark Winds is not Brits. That's Redford's company, I think.
Like, why are the Brits all good actors? They're like next level actors. Why is that?
I'm not so sure I think that's true. But I'm gonna have to think about that a little before I can agree with you.
I think it goes back
Might
to
be true. I mean, many of them had a very long training in theater, which is not what happens here.
right.
Ah,
Look at
I'm
this.
multifaceted.
Multifaceted. You like sports, murder, and rom-coms.
And gossip.
And gossip. Someone says, this is interesting. She looks so guilty. I find these comments interesting because these are the types of things that the jury, where we go here? Not to Steph's cardio dance. She looks so guilty. That's another thing. People think that certain people look guilty. When you guys, I'm curious, as true crime viewers, STS Nation, when you go to Target or the Olive Garden or especially Home Depot, are you in your mind pointing out to yourselves who the killers are and who are not, like I am? I want to know that I'm not alone there.
I thought of another series I really liked, Game of Thrones, but I would have liked less steps and less
invite the jury back in?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor.
Did you watch Game of Thrones?
I didn't. I don't do well. I don't like sci-fi, and I don't like period type pieces. I know.
Oh, I love period pieces. I love them.
Yeah, I'm still bitter that I was forced to read like Jane Austen in college.
Oh God, Jane Austen. I can't.
Ugh.
I think she's a great author with such a feel for how people act.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
And funny beyond belief.
I'm sure I would enjoy it now, or I would look at it much differently than being 18 and forced to read it. That dude is tall. Whoever is.
All right, have a seat.
He's on the defense team. I don't know who he is.
Tall guy.
Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes.
All right, here we go. This is a detective.
Please proceed.
From Summit County.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Bonsavage was also in drug court with her, and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Bonsavage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Bonsavage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Bonsavage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tin foil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to the narrative.
I'm sorry, a moment. Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Sir, what did you do next?
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
When searching Carmen Lauber's room, did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16, please?
I thought that was an impressive rendition.
Sir,
of
is
how-
that photograph on the left? It's labeled 8-15R, an accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction just of the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Oh, it's a big obituary. Big article.
Detective, what was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a photograph of a C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No objection.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott. Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So, as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach?
He jumped too fast to decide without hearing the state. So now we're going sidebar.
We should have a running tab of sidebars, but there are a lot.
Yeah.
It's tough to get into a flow if you're the jurors, right? I mean, it's just
Right.
like nonstop sidebar, sidebar, sidebar.
Right. Well, a lot of the documents in this case were sealed prior to the trial and some of the hearings, so. But I thought that detective's rendition of how they got to Carmen Lauber really, really was kind of impressive. And I think it will go some ways to a claim by the defense saying it was a shoddy investigation and they targeted her and et cetera, et cetera.
Mm.
I thought he did a good job. And he's got a really good memory.
Yeah.
Well, this is a longer discussion. I mean, the judge thought that was an easy ruling, but it's a longer discussion at sidebar.
Mm. It is 2:25 there. The judge looks somewhat animated here.
It can't, is it 2:25 really?
In Utah, 2:25 in
Okay.
Utah, 4:25 on the East Coast. Oh, I did not see this. He's 6'4". It's a tall
Oh.
judge.
Yeah.
It's a tall man. Wonder if he can dunk.
He's a skier, remember?
Yeah. I feel like skiers are better if they have lower centers of gravity, but who knows? And this
He's
is
very animated. Look at him.
yeah, he is. Great job by the mods, as always. Thank you.
So it looked like when they did another shot of the gallery, it looked like whoever that woman is, whether it's her mother or some people in the chat said her aunt, that there's a row between her and where Eric's father is sitting. So it's not in the row directly behind him. There's a row in between.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm down. Someone says that we should have a slam dunk contest. Me and look who's saying this. Dr. J of all people. Joel, you and the judge should have a dunking contest. Prof Joe, you could be the judge. What's to say that Prof Joe can't dunk?
Well, I will say Prof Jo can't dunk. And at my height, to say dunk is a ridiculous use of a verb.
Muggsy Bogues did it. Spud Webb did it.
How tall were they?
5'3", 5'4".
Yeah, well, I'm shorter than that, so.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, give it whatever weight you see fit.
There you go. You got them reversed.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation, upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct. That was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal, in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes. There was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transactions?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times, that she was having difficulty remember but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said
I'm
Kouri
sorry,
Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, to only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading, object.
Overruled.
Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you. Only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need, and it just kept going from there.
Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023, and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes, I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was. Yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses, and then we would go back. We would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step, iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your and Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, Diddy.
Not a legal conclusion, that's for sure.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Is it me or does it?
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
They like whine their objections.
Overruled.
Yeah.
You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
So, as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight, but that was what we were stressing is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Defense counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free card" that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free card"?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Defense counsel also picked the words from Carmen Lauber. Can you guys write it down and I will sign it? What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been receiving through our interview process so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block. So she wanted us to write it down instead.
And what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Scott, can I get, please, 8-58R? Is this a video of various portions of your May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber that we have just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-58R.
Just the ones we've already discussed, the objections, Your Honor.
Okay, so now we're going to see one of the videos. This is the result of what they've been fighting about since yesterday.
Uh, 8-58R, as ruled on by the court on the record, is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just make 8-58, D for demonstrative, R for redacted, DR.
8-58DR.
That's because he didn't deserve it. Like, it's just not me. Like, I can tell you, yes, I affected people's life by selling dope.
Right.
Okay. I affected my own life by doing dope.
What I'm getting at.
No, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurt, I don't know. But either way, if it was done purposely, he didn't deserve that.
Totally
But I
agree.
don't know that for sure because I don't know the personal situation.
Totally agreed.
So I would never do that ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're going to need you to really settle down and maybe even take
I'm
a pad and paper
Even if I get
and
out
try to write out
tomorrow,
some
whatever,
details.
we meet again, I can go through
Well, we're going to
whatever.
talk about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
But you know what I'm
I
saying?
can do
These details that you're giving us are kind of hazy.
That's because
And
it's to me.
And it's common for people to try to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But this, at the end of the day, it was the reason we're here. There's a
Like, I don't even like to
this is
reach
a
out to
homicide
the caller and
investigation.
say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those pills from you? I don't know if she's going
Well,
to.
probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying we're going to need you to kind of settle down and think about details or timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with Kouri. That the details about everything we've been talking about are going to be important.
Right.
It's a homicide investigation.
Oh, God, that's not good.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
It's something that like none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that often. It's pretty crazy for us too.
Yeah.
Not just you to think about. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So right now we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we were hoping you had and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a courtroom, who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system and the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all those details. And like Eric said, if that means we have you fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratch it out, rewrite it, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now, and then we can work on the details as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all of our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember.
And my favorite now, everything I just told you, I probably won't remember what order I told you in.
It's okay. And that's fine, because you know what? We want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us what
That's
you
why
remember.
I can't remember.
Even if it's like, I remember it was cold outside, I remember there was
Like I said,
snow on
I
the ground.
remember there was, because it was very light snow, like I said. It wasn't something that I had to wear boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go? March?
or April.
Is it March 15th?
Something like that.
So,
It was dark, because I had to, because I didn't even know where this house was. So I had to use Google
so what
Maps.
time of the day was it? I mean, if it was dark,
It was toward the
5:30.
evening.
So, afternoonish evening,
No. It was darker because I had to use the light on the car.
To see the fire pit or.
Mm-hmm. So I had to pull into the driveway and pull the light onto the fire pit.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's say this is the house, and if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right, came down the street, it was right there, and I pulled into the driveway in a slant, and there was it wasn't a big fire pit, like it was a tiny fire pit. It wasn't like probably those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, but the white flat rocks that people build.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't big. It wasn't a big deep one.
A shallow one.
Real, yeah. Like I want to say there was like maybe 2 or 3 on top, and that was it. It wasn't even a complete one.
And what was the money packaged in? Didn't just leave it loose? Did it have a rubber band around it? Was it in a bag? Envelope? Was the envelope marked with like a bank or just like a plain white envelope?
Just a plain white one, I believe. It didn't have nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it. It was just up against, like in the front of it again. Like that, so.
So I have a question, thinking about all your communications with Kouri.
Aaron, can we pause it for just one moment?
Sure. Ms. Lewis, if you'd approach.
They think it went farther than the agreement, I believe.
Here we go. She could be in trouble. Never want the judge yelling at you.
Well, according to her transcript, I think she thinks they're going too far. There's something that should have been cut out. I don't know what it would be. It's not particularly relevant to anything, but.
It's wild. This guy really does look like Jason Kelsey a bit, the football player. Whose brother, by the way, Travis, just re-signed with the Kansas City Chiefs for a meager $13 million for the year. It's getting ripped off. Joe Patuto, would you take $13 million a year to teach at University of Nebraska Law for one more year?
Scott, please proceed.
Sure. I'd take $13 million for 2 years.
Maybe anything like that.
I wouldn't even know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
I have no idea.
Like,
You guys have all my phones, don't you?
like did you erase?
I mean, that's what I was told.
That's why I asked you about them being deleted, because
I don't know.
you could see on your phone.
I mean, you
Well,
guys.
I think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it to you to kind of start talking to you about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric dying, you got a new phone. Okay?
I think that's because that one died.
Possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I get it. I delete them too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you, but we're getting down to that area. We're going to need to be more open and honest with each other, because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, is now a good time to kind of talk to her about the conversation I had with Kay. So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and it's going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your 2 firsts. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by help, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh my God.
This is a serious case, Carmen. I'm not
that
trying
is
to...
way more of my...
I know, and listen,
Don't freak out, okay? Because this is a long process.
And this is a good thing, and this
We're
is
here to
good
help
news
you.
for you. So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Do you need a minute?
No, go.
And this is kind of funny because,
It's nothing funny
well,
about
this
it.
second part is, it looks like you guys figured out how and when people were going to test, looking at your text messages, you and Bon Savage.
We just know
And that's fucking awesome. I want to know how you did it. Are you tracking with me, what I'm saying?
I'm
We
catching
need-
what you're throwing, believe me.
We need hard details. There's no more
I'm
screwing
going
around.
to do whatever, because I've struggled so hard to get me where I'm at.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court, and I want to move out of state. I want to leave all this behind,
Well, that's the only way you get
my
people out of
past.
your life.
Like,
to get
I
things
don't
out of
want
your life.
no ties with nobody. I want to change my phone number. Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court, my
Mr.
shit's
Las
packed.
Vegas, Troy.
Don't call him. Yeah, I told him you call him that. He laughed. I said, you know, you're known as Mr. Vegas.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen.
I
think you need
like,
to
even my daughter's
get
on
out of
board.
here and start over.
And he's an amazing person. Like, I've never had someone that came in my life. Like,
That's a good thing.
I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want to be gone. Like, I want to leave hiding towns. I want no talk to nobody in my life. I just don't.
We have some hurdles here.
And that's why I said I no longer want to work for the Kouris. Story, Kouris. I don't want. I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, you know, there was some talk about can you get what MJ had, and it was kind of very superficial. Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't. Like, I don't even know if it was because like I said, I can barely remember some of it because it was so long ago. But I want to say it was Michael Jackson, and like I said,
So tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text, and she tells you.
I want to say maybe she did say that.
She says, "Can you get?"
She said it first to Michael Jackson, and that I know because
And so tell me how that would have been said, because I didn't know Michael Jackson died of.
I didn't know he did either. Like I said,
I knew it was
Googled
drug overdose, but like not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
I just looked it up.
Look it up because I'm curious too. But
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody could die from.
I know one thing that when we got one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl really goes.
So there was several transactions.
There was one.
Okay, now we're even something.
I could see it in your face.
Several transactions.
So I wanted. It's so confusing, but okay. So I want to say when she asked, but like I said, I can't remember when you think.
We'll give you all the time in the world that you need to think and remember, Carmen. But
But it is
I just want you. I want you to know that if you're going to work with us here, in
It
order
would
for
be
you to
so
be
easy if you
credible,
had like pieces that we can like blueprints.
Here's the biggest piece.
I don't want to be that big piece.
Well, the good news is that big piece helps you out
And
tremendously.
that's what, like I said,
You hold all the
I
cards.
love Eric. He
That's
was a
the
damn
point.
good dude and he didn't deserve it. It was done intentionally, he did not deserve it.
We believe you, and that's why we're here working on what your get out of jail free card looks like, based on this information. But there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. There's a family that doesn't have a brother.
Oh, and I get that.
Corey's at with the deal, but
But like you guys said, she's living her life right now, and that's everybody else is fucking suffering. Like them
that's
little
what it
boys
appears.
love their daddy.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, I've seen it. Eric was that was his prized possession. Them boys were his everything. And people complain about he was gone all the time, or he worked so much. But you know what? At the end of the day, when he come in, them boys were there. And he was, like I said, that it weighed heavy on me.
What? So we need to start getting this on paper. What's going to happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? You're going to appear for it, and McKay's just going to say that he's not prepared to speak to it to get us a day or 2.
Okay.
So we're going to come back tomorrow.
Are we going to cut up this week?
I think we can get it cleared up as far as our end of it as quickly as we can get a timeline down. I know this is exhausting. I'm concerned about sending paperwork back with you in your cell because then everybody's going to be like, what's that?
Yeah. Can you guys just write it and I sign it?
Oh, no. That doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is going to have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
Detective, there's several references in that video to McKay. Who is McKay?
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
And he was the prosecutor in the drug court?
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talked to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one more statement that defense counsel picked out. That was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he again was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation. And he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-62 Delta Romeo, please? Is this an accurate depiction of the May 12th, 2023 interview?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-62DR.
Previous objections, Your Honor, that have been ruled on.
Okay. States 8-62DR is admitted and published.
And this is serious shit, but that's more up the chain serious shit. Like to the highest extreme, I think.
Well, but here's the thing. You've cooperated. At the end of the day, everybody is on the same page with the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't priority.
Right.
That shit goes on every day, everywhere. That's not what we're here for.
Right. I was just lost thinking though. That made it.
Well,
Right.
that's why I had to clear this up because I'm not going to give you an empty promise that
Right.
if it's bullshit, I'm not going to say it.
So do I have to go down there Wednesday?
So yes, that's something totally different than all of this. That is basically formalizing your testimony. This is street cop level in an interview room, right? That's where it's formalized with the grand jury.
But then they can't come back on me, right?
No, they're not going to charge you.
With nothing.
No.
Okay.
Detective, did you arrest Kouri Richins on May the 8th, 2023 pursuant to an arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
That same day, did detectives execute a search warrant on the Willow Court home?
Yes, the Richins home.
Were Kouri Richins and her sons living at the home at that time?
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-66, please. You just scroll through that real quick.
Your Honor, can I speak to Mr. Bloodworth for a moment?
Uh-oh. She's like, what are you doing Saturday night?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been rolled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted and published.
Here's the walking the dog letter. No, it's not. But it's her handwriting. I recognize it from the walking the dog letter. Day started out as a typical day. Ashton went to the dentist. Dennis handed, okay, well, we're going too fast for me. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening in a texting war with a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people, trying to get his horns back to the U.S. He was screaming mad at these guys and threw his phone. At that point, he said, let's go have a celebration, something. The following day, I was closing on a huge investment home in Midway. I had been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here, and Eric and I were going to toast for the closing. We went into the kitchen and both starting grabbing ingredients for a Moscow Mule. Okay, room and brush our teeth. As we both climbed in bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He's the one who had, I guess, the cavity filled. He was having a nightmare again. I told Eric I would go to sleep with him and try to calm him down. We kissed, said, I love you and good night. And I went to Ashton's room and I did with him something. At 3:20 a.m., I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl back in my bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird. I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold, so I pulled a blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was really heavy. It's the only word I can think to describe it. So I nudged him and said, Eric, nothing. I kept nudging him and just remembered the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran and turned the lights on. He was pale yellow, mouth open. And I grabbed my phone and called 911. I ran up to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panic had sunk in as I was talking to dispatch. She had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR, compressions with the EMT until the EMT arrived. They immediately took over, getting out their defibrillator and started compressions. The worst part of it was when they were pumping his lungs and blood went everywhere. It's like on replay in my head and it won't go away. I began screaming at the EMTs that they weren't doing it right. He shouldn't be bleeding. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? I have no idea. I screamed. On and just sat in the cried and just sat in the carrier of the room, the corner of the room by the dresser, rocking back and forth, hoping and praying this was a dream, fading in and out of the moment, hoping to go back to the night before when we were laughing, kissing, and saying goodnight. The EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visually upset and couldn't function. He took me to the living room and had me sit down. I couldn't. There was someone I would like to call. I called my mom back to back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The ambulance was here. Something is wrong with Eric. I was upset and crying still. I hung up and still paced back and forth until I finally just dropped to my knees, praying this wasn't happening. At that point, the head EMT walked in to tell me he didn't make it. We did all we could. I lost it. I immediately ran to the bathroom and began throwing up. During all of this, my kids had woken up, and I had quickly yelled for them to stay in the room. They knew something was up. They said they saw the ambulance and cop cars for what had seemed hours at this point. I could feel their fear through the walls, but yet didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them at this point. I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she had no words and just rubbed my back. She already knew he was gone. The EMT told her. I was distraught. So was she. We couldn't even speak. She just started to say. If you recall Katie's testimony, she said that, anyway, I love you, good night. I went and slept with Ashton, and that was it. It just didn't make any sense. I told them, EMTs, I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me, and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was there, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about when I had called Gene is it was about 3:45, 4 a.m. by this time, and he had sounded so perky on the hello when he answered, almost like he was expecting the call. Well, that's an interesting comment, isn't it?
Sure is. Sure is.
When March 7th picked up truck, March 12th, Cody cleared out garage. March 14th, Cody took camp computers. March 4th, Eric passes away. March 5th, friends Bryce, Chelsea, Alika, Brittany, and Amy. Sleepers have a few drinks and reminisce. Okay. March 6th, I call locksmith to open safe to look for this green folder Katie was talking about. The safe code had been changed and I couldn't open it. Bryce, Amy, Chelsea, Allie, Brittany slept over. Amy tried to something the safe. Okay. March 11th, funeral. March 22nd, Kouri starts counseling. March 26th. What is that? Something boys started counseling. April 11th, Detective Woody called and asked to talk on the 12th or the 13th. Sky, that was her lawyer at the time, told me to tell her the 14th. April 13th, search warrant on house. Now we're going backwards. March 28th was the next date. Okay. Shells checks phone records. We never spoke that night. January 13th, Jim drives red truck for oil change. Coney finds out and goes to get it. July 17, 2022, find about the private investigator. He was outside at my neighbor's while Carter's 10th birthday party was happening. September 7th, Amy driving by the house trying to take pictures. November 22nd, Katie files motion to bring boys in on case. November 30th, first court hearing. Katie and Amy would not turn on cameras. Judge reschedules court for March 2nd to determine if kids need to be involved and if the PI has to follow subpoena and give us all his information. November 7th, AB is served subpoena. And
Detective O'Driscoll, did detectives also execute a search warrant at the Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024?
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
2-65 is admitted.
okay, fighting with Mexican, drink in bed. He drank half, brushed his teeth. I was in bed. After I brushed, more talk through the doorway. Moscow Mule, lemon water, vodka, rum, January to March 21st. Something. Funeral, didn't have my phone. Gone, I guess that was. Kids bed around 9 o'clock, drink around 9 in bed. Around 9:30, 9:45, I laid down, misspelled. Instant heard Ashton, went in, came back at 3. Well, she certainly takes
Kouri and
notes.
Eric Richins exchange text messages regarding the Midway Mansion?
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17D, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a January 5th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and the green bubbles are Eric, and the blue bubbles are Miss Richins.
They should keep
We
the
have just
blue and the
one
green the
moment,
same
please.
throughout and not switch back and forth like that.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Thank you. That's okay, Your Honor. No objection at this time.
State moves to admit and publish 2-17D.
2-17D
when?
is admitted.
Here we go again. Buy the sheep bag from Todd next year, and he tried to get the tag for me today and said I was crazy for not shooting this ram. Hey, while you're sitting there doing nothing, need your opinion. I know this may change what Jeff said, but for now I have to put together an analysis from Matt. I don't know what that means. What is it I'm doing now? Because he has an investor that is thinking he will come in at the full 2G.
I couldn't
So
read it.
that's Kouri. I have no idea. I would be way off just trying to guess. It's bedtime. Why are you still up? You think they're running them this fast for the jury?
I think so, just because they're going to put it into evidence, right? So they'll be able to
Yeah,
read it.
But the jury's not going to get them. Oh, maybe they are. It was the video they're not getting.
So it's at $2.9 million. Was that?
Oh, maybe that's what it was, 2.9, not 2G. That makes a whole lot more sense than my reading.
Yeah.
It's too fast for them. I mean, why are we racing these?
Yeah.
So this is with regard to the property. And he's giving her an estimate for all that has to be done. $250,000 for flooring. That's the one number I saw. This is the My Princess, whatever that meant, that they talked about with, I think, the detective, the private investigator. Love you, good night. Okay. One 5/2022, 250 more in the driveway. Still not bad. All in at 7.35. Sell for 14 million to be safe. Well, it's good if you can get it.
Yeah. Joe, I've got to jump because I've got to help out with the kids, and then I'm back here at 7:00, everybody,
Okay.
for a 7 p.m. show with the Geo Profiler, and then this will continue tomorrow. I think we're going to get the government could rest as early as today, if not tomorrow, I think.
Well, they still have the walking the dog letter. I don't know how fast
yeah.
they can do that.
Yeah, that's going to be right. It's 3:15, probably tomorrow, but we'll be here for it. And huge thanks to Joe again, Prof Jo Explains.
Sure.
And I will
Scott,
see you guys at 7:00.
2-37D, please. Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
This is a couple of days before he
No
died.
objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
2-37D is admitted.
Want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? Oh, I can't. Celebrity shot tonight. I got to do this final paperwork this morning because everyone is funding tomorrow. Funding? And then I promised Virginia Island, I didn't get the rest of it, sorry guys. Okay, love you. Love you.
I want to turn now to some other text messages. Scott 2-71R, please.
Catherine said I skipped the word good when she talked about his color being bad. Okay. I'm trying to read it fast on a small screen, so I'm sure that's not the only error I made. Because there are people who are not watching this, and so I'm trying
Is
to.
this an accurate depiction of a May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins and her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-71R.
No objection.
2-71R is admitted and published.
Oh boy, this I really can't read. Sorry, guys. Oh no, this is, did Eric talk about suicide, May 24, 2023? We heard these before. Not suicide specifically. He would always say things like, if ever anything ever happened to be, you guys will set up for life. When he would go hunting or snowmobiling or something.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 2-72R? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden?
The date I'm seeing is May 31st.
Sorry, May 31st.
But yes, between Ms. Richins and Lisa Darden.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 5-72R.
No objection.
5-72R is admitted.
Okay, here's another list.
5 or 2, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Misstated.
2.
2-72R, yes.
That's, sorry about that.
It seems to be all her mother. I don't see anything from Kouri.
Detective, I'd like to turn now to some phone calls. Scott, can I get 2-76 and 2-76T?
So we're going to hear these. Maybe have a transcript in here.
1 second, detective. The detective can see 2-76T.
Your Honor, 2-76 on the left side is an audio recording, so there's nothing to see.
Okay.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording of an August 22, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and Lisa Darden?
The transcript is does represent that, yes. I don't have the audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-76 and 2-76T.
If we could just have the instruction on the other speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this telephone conversation, you will hear the voice of Kouri Richins. You will also hear the voice of people that are not Kouri Richins. You can consider and accept the statements made by Kouri Richins for their truth or for any purpose. The people that are not Kouri Richins, you cannot consider their statements for the truth of what they say. You can only consider their statements for the effect they had upon the listener, Kouri Richins. 2-76 and 2-76T are admitted.
Picked up the sandwiches from the diner. Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, no, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
In the office?
Yeah.
Where
So
did
it's
they
just
come up with
bullshit.
this shit?
Yeah. He became deathly ill. False.
Bailey was there. Like,
And that's what I put. Yeah. That's what I put.
God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see who can come up with the craziest fucking story
Well, you know,
that makes sense to them?
See,
Yeah,
what's the-
so they're saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell?
Yes. Yes.
God, look like this psycho. Like, here's a poisoned sandwich I gave for you, and here's a love note on Valentine's Day. Like, what the fuck?
Huh? His truck.
Huh?
On the seat of his truck is what it said.
What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're going to feel so stupid. And that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your beliefs.
Right.
You know, so I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives of Driscoll, all those idiots, they know this. When they were at my house, I told them this.
But there again, when you have
through anyway. And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor.
So they're saying it was on, they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with the supposed love note.
Oh my gosh, what the hell?
And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. It is so fucking sad, sad that you would go to this lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me.
Well, exactly.
And just,
And that's what I was like, well, if you believe, then I believe this.
yes. Exactly.
Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous.
So Ronnie said, when are you calling him? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions answered. I believe. I'll show you I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
Scott, can I please get 2-77 and 2-77T? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronnie, regarding Valentine's Day 2022?
Could Scott scroll through a couple of the pages just so I can verify?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
Same instruction, Your Honor, but no objection.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins' half of this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener. The 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
Eric a sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison?
Oh my god, I know. Like, no the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, nope, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's not, who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened.
I didn't
Where the
believe
fuck are
it.
you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have
No!
like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott, exhibit 2-86R, please.
Here we go.
If you could scroll through that for the detective.
As I think you know, I did a video on the walk the dog letter where I read through the entire thing. At the time, I didn't know some of the names that I now know.
I have trouble reading it, I'm sorry. 86 Walker.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for 1 moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there
In
needs to be
jail,
a foundation
remember?
made of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
Okay.
I thought that they agreed. It's interesting. I thought she agreed she wouldn't object to foundation because he was going to keep out any reference to the fact that that letter was found in the jail. Did I misremember that? Boy, that's what I thought they had decided earlier. He said he would read that way so that there wouldn't be any issue with the jury knowing that Kouri was in jail at the time. Maybe she forgot. Either I forgot or she forgot. Well, it's a long discussion, so maybe I'm the one who forgot.
All right. Do you remember the question, Detective O'Driscoll?
I can ask it again.
Okay, please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-86R.
Just renew the previous objections the court's already ruled upon.
Okay. 2-86R is admitted and published.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1, read this letter aloud?
Oh, good. We're going to
Page
actually have it
1,
read.
walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point, just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck, and Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronnie don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever, like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end, let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there, we're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
He should have identified the people.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to
Four.
Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins, former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
He should have emphasized Ronnie as her brother.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it, while it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit 286 for the record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much. All right, so this letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say, that to remind Ronnie to tell Sky this story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
Part of the letter.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay. So it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next
Okay.
week.
All right. So there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were
Objection.
watching a football game.
You pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular.
Another comment that she
All
shouldn't
right.
be making.
A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right? And just by the way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before
Okay.
let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you, I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Understood.
So he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right? About his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Hold on, any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure. One more time, Ms. Nestor.
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now, that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Have you been sitting in this?
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Okay.
This says Eric would, as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Where what had happened before?
Where Eric had put drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't
Okay.
know for sure.
All right. All right, if we could go to the bottom of the, highlight the bottom half for me. All right, there's references in here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed to verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of
like-
2023?
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So, no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th,
I
2023.
think there's probably.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Probably because of what
All
crime?
right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom? Yes, please, thank you.
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay. So, again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection foundation, that's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to the previous page,
Sure.
please.
Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first page and find this section in there about where he kept his drugs? Let's see. Yep. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Isn't that what that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fair. All right, go back to what we were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page.
She'd know it wasn't there, and if she knew it was there
All right.
before, she
They
might
never
be.
found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie, right?
What is your question? Yes, I can see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Cody emptied oh, I'm sorry, it's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Cody in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection, foundation. I don't think that's what he said.
That's right, he didn't.
Did Cody come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom and hear him testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
nearly, yeah,
Almost.
almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled. Okay. All right, let's take that down. Now, I want to go back to oh, by the way, just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter, to your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
Because they seized it.
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into this case. Oh, Your Honor, I left my notes. May I please return to the table? Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back. So, okay. I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Lead investigator. Thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before that, you did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Rip. Okay, I've never heard that. So you did a trash rip at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case.
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil, and then smoking it, typically?
I don't know the term freebasing, but from
I'm from the 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term. But
from my experience, people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke, on top of tinfoil. They'll heat it from underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her trash that day?
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember
Bad
if
choice
we
of
ever got
words.
results for them. If they were only NIC tested, I don't remember. I'd have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without checking my records.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who was you all?
The law enforcement, sorry.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right. And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
Oh. It's been just as long for me as everybody else. So, I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point, I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview...
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
All right, so we are going to leave that topic alone and we're going to move forward, okay?
Okay.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you were assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone, did you not?
Yes, I would have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously, we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember if it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is. I'm not.
All right. And then after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney, did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Your Honor, just a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you
lay a little foundation?
Sure, I'm glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date. My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date.
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like, they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect, right?
From what I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea, and then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when, and I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a...
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on timing.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about with some month and year?
Yes, Your Honor.
signposts?
Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your
No,
office?
that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two different events.
Just a moment. Okay, I understand that, Your Honor. I'm going to get specific about timing.
Okay.
I think that'll solve the problem. Prior to your interview of Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview, and that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, do you think it's relevant?
Why don't you approach for a moment?
Okay.
Ms. Nestor, if you'd ask your next question, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. And in addition to you interviewing Chelsea at her home in Heber sometime in mid-April, you also interviewed a close friend of Eric named Jake, right?
Yes.
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
And then you, at the end of April, is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th, when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lauber's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lauber's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March, when you first joined the case, and April 26th of 23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember it earlier.
That's the date that I wrote the report?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not. If you remember it was the end of March, we'll go with that. That's fine. I'll use the end of March.
But
Okay. And then you search Carmen's house, and then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
yes, so Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
No. Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she was pulled over for driving with the suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember. Okay. I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the interview, but I never saw anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview, before any promises have been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins?
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially...
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lauber. Did she deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she share with you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl?
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that, she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she's asking about statements from the prior interview. Let me ask a more specific question. Do you mind approaching for a moment?
The earlier questions about the walk the dog letter, you can see the difficulty the state has put in when it can't get at some of the information because it's being kept at because it's prejudicial or because prejudicial probably, but also maybe hearsay. It makes it difficult. I do think that the prosecutor should have made clear that Ronnie is Kouri's brother, and I expect that the prosecutor will go after some of the questions with regard to Ronnie and that walk the dog letter when he does redirect.
The objection is overruled. Ms. Nestor, you're next. Did you get an answer to that question? I'm not sure you did.
I'm not sure I did either, so let me ask it again. Did Ms. Lauber tell you that because of what happened to her daughter tragically, that she did not mess with fentanyl? She didn't deal with it?
I believe those were her words, yes.
Right. And as a matter of fact, the first people that ever injected the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lauber were you and the other investigating officers, correct? Came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
Overruled. If you understand what she's referring to by y'all, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I did it
I'm still
again.
focused on the previous question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about
No.
my impression.
No. So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lauber, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I think we told her in that first interview that while investigating Eric Richins, we told them that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right?
5 more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe that when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jury's memories on this, but the phrase, "you're the biggest piece," you're the biggest piece, right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle, right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that. I think there was Miss Lauber made a reference to, can we just like put all of the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually,
And
it
then
wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces
Okay.
together for me,
Yeah,
correct?
something like that.
Yeah. And then go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, and so in context, yeah, we said, yeah, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
Why doesn't he object?
Yeah, as in she had all the information that we didn't know.
And we saw her struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates, she could not remember certain things. Is that right?
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering,
And-
and that
I'm
the
so
more,
sorry.
and that the more that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then within less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was fentanyl involved in her transactions, within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th. The warrant for Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
But when was it requested? May 3rd? Does that refresh your
I
memory?
don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's done by the county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and requested an arrest warrant. We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lauber agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about your investigation into. Oh, by the way, let me back up. Since you have become the lead investigator in this case, have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you define located? I know where it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay.
But we don't currently have it in our possession right now.
That's all I need. I want to talk about the Valentine's Day investigation. All right?
Okay.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta? You recognize this exhibit?
Yes. It states Exhibit 3-13D.
And is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I
foundation.
understand what you're asking. As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits that the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in court.
Okay. Did you, as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Kotradimos, the digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Kostradimos said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Objection, Foundation. I don't know how he would know that without hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th?
Yes.
Just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was at least tied in some way to Mr. Kotradimos.
Okay, we'll start with that. So based on your working with Mr. Kostradimos, looking at the digital evidence that you went through in this case, do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for a minute. We
Yes.
can just approach.
She's not getting the question asked correctly, and so the judge is going to have a little sidebar to see if they can work that out. I think so far, I don't know how the rest of you in the chat feel, but I think so far she's doing a pretty effective job. There's a question here about why is she asking a question she doesn't know the answer to. Well, I think she's pretty sure it's not going to be a bad answer. And the question gets before the jury.
Did you receive information from Mr. Kostradimos about Eric's locations on February 14th, 2022 that informed your investigation in any way?
I believe so. The truth is I don't remember 100% for sure if and when I knew about location data from Eric's device throughout the investigation. I would have to go back and review reports, especially Mr. Kotradimos' reports.
Can we, Your Honor,
I just don't remember.
Can we see if this document refreshes your memory as to that?
This one or different
Yes. Can we go through the pages very slowly and give him a minute to see if it refreshes his recollection?
Yeah, objection, Foundation. I think we're at the same spot we started with a few minutes ago.
Well, we're showing different pages. He testified that he'd never seen the first one prior to being in the court. It's unclear whether that's true for the remaining pages that the witness is being shown right now. I imagine we're about to find out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need us to do it again, or did you see them all?
Yeah, I saw it.
Does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Richins' locations on February 14th, or what you knew about them?
It doesn't. This demonstrative Mr. Kotradimos created, and the first time I saw any of these slides was in the court. And like I said, he may have shared that information during our investigation. I just don't remember.
Okay. So Ms. Richins is here today on charges that she attempted to kill her husband on February 14th of 2022. Is that right? One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was allegedly a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert in digital forensics.
So what do you know about his locations on that day?
That's what I'm saying. What I know and what I remember are probably two different things. What I knew at some point throughout the investigation is that Mr. Koutridimos probably found whatever location data was available on his phone and shared that with investigators. I just don't remember the contents of what those said.
So as you sit here right now under oath in a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them. That's
Foundation, Your Honor. The question is, you can't say what Mr. Richins did. There's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry. Counsel, just ask a more precise question, and if it needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is sustained.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know?
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked it and answered.
I'll withdraw.
That one was a little argumentative and sustained.
I'll withdraw. Speaking of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, Foundation. When?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions. I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Koutridimos to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lauber claims she left drugs there?
That's a broad date range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay. All right. Is it true that through all your interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So after Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lauber?
I am aware that Ms. Lauber conducted a similar transaction to ones prior to Eric's death, after his death with Ms. Richins.
On that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lauber claims that Kouri had to write her a check, right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? As you recall from your investigation.
Yeah, I believe it was K. Richins Realty check.
Did you do any corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lauber did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week?
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri in all ways. And she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the week that they were about to close on the Midway Mansion. Is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, I'm sorry, strike that. That's fair. The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway Mansion closing allegedly happened, right? Right after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection. The air quotes, this is testifying.
The air quotes were for the Midway Mansion. That's why I did that.
I understand.
That's what I call it. But for the house on Legacy, right? I won't do that again. The house on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The house on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when Ms. Lauber allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey, did Carmen Lauber clean up that house the week before it closed?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy house.
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
No.
So I guess the answer is no, you never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I don't know that the realtor would know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay. And speaking of the Midway Mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
Okay, well, then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do any determination as to whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
The closing documents for the Legacy property, did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants. I wasn't really part of that.
As lead investigator, you can't testify that that was ever done here today.
I can't. I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. You did, you were involved in at least 8 of the 10 search warrants that were issued on this house? Because I think the first 2 were Detective
What do you
Woody.
mean by involved?
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed? I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those to
The
you.
title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean what I did in those circumstances. I guess I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab.
Okay.
We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that...
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Do you want to move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 10 search warrants that were executed on this house, did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws, that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators in my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl, no.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
I don't know that anybody can.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins? Based on evidence, not speculation or theory, but evidence.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know, right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
To this date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lauber allegedly gave to Kouri Richins to test to see what they are?
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Kouri's hand.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Prior to Carmen Lauber's second, third, fourth interview, there was never a warrant issued for Kouri's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lauber, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest, let me say, because I won't say y'all. The first time there was ever a formal request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lauber, correct?
After at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lauber, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the arrest of Ms. Richins.
Okay.
We gave that information to the prosecutors, and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from 3rd District Court. I executed that warrant by arresting Ms. Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't know what you're referring to.
What's your knowledge of it?
That people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for what it can tell you about the body's biology.
Specifically,
about the extent of what I know.
Specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant scope.
This is beyond the scope,
Your Honor, it goes to the investigation or lack thereof.
but beyond the scope of the version or the version of the direct examination regarding the investigation. You have other options to get into this. It's just not right now.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in Carmen's house?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Ms. Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
You were aware through your investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from, Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
And
Like if
did
you had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay. And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico? Was
I
it the
don't-
Sonora area?
I think so.
Also, according to Ms. Lauber, she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, they were 15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her statements.
Your Honor, the foundation is to when? During interview, during testimony, during when?
Just provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail for the basis of the question.
What is your understanding of how many pills were involved in each transaction that ultimately allegedly went to Kouri?
Well, total or each time?
Each time.
Individually? Each time approximately 15 to 30.
And that would be a total, again, math, but if you have 30 pills times 4, that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom when strike that. Did you give Carmen rides to meetings with her attorney in your car? After she agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually in my car. It was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah.
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
It was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her? Went by and saw her at her house?
We need answers, Steve.
I'm sorry.
You got to say yes because they can't type.
Right.
Okay, so what was the answer to the last question about you called her on the phone?
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to get in contact with her in person for some reason, yeah, sometimes we would go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court, right?
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Okay. Getting close, I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. Oh, okay. I want to talk about the, Lord, if they're GIFs or GIFs, I don't know, but GIFs that have come in, those pictures of the goofy pictures that they said that Kouri accessed the morning of the 4th, right?
I'm sorry, who's they?
All right, I'll be more specific. The GIFs, you saw them come up on the screen. They were like joke GIFs, right? That it was testified to that Kouri's phone accessed them all at the same time the morning of March 4th, the morning Eric died, right?
What I understand about the gifts is that there were, I think, 3 different ones, and that they were somehow accessed on Kouri's device. The technical jargon of the digital forensics is whatever Mr. Kotradimos testified to.
I'm with you on that. So clearly, I would imagine, as the lead investigator, if you're investigating a potential homicide, would it be important to you to look at the very last conversations that the decedent and the suspect had right before the death?
It could be part of it.
Did you do that?
I believe I did. I don't remember what the contents were, but
Katie, can you please pull up JO11? JO11? And this is only, okay. And make it a little bit bigger so that that Detective O'Driscoll can see it clearly. And take your time looking at this, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Do you recognize these texts? Keep going, Katie.
I recognize that they are from Eric's device, yeah.
All right, and they're between whom?
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins.
And what is the date, sir? Can you blow them up,
Sorry, I'll have to
please?
zoom in.
Sorry.
March 3rd, 2022.
So this is the day, literally, his last day on earth. And it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
That's what it looks like.
All right.
I'd have to look at all the timestamps to
And
give
certainly,
accurate context for that. But
I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Certainly you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
probably. I'm not remembering them, but
Your Honor, this,
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Kouri's phone.
sure, but like the day he died would be in a kind of an important day to check out, right? Okay, so do you
Like I
recall?
said, that's where we got the information about the hunting guide in
Okay.
Mexico. So yeah, we were looking at that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I please admit this as Defense Exhibit 300, I don't even know what we're on yet. 3010. Is it 10? 3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Miss Brittany. I appreciate that. We moved to admit it.
Objection, foundation, or authenticity. I'm also looking at maybe approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go to is this the first page, Katie?
I still think she's doing a pretty good job. I don't like her tone, and she's a little argumentative, and I hate all the comments she can interject, and the defense or the prosecutor never seems to object or have taken it up with the judge and getting the judge to control it. The only thing I can guess is the prosecutor thinks it doesn't, her comments don't wear well with the jury. So, but I think she's making some pretty good points here. What will be I guess the test here is closing arguments and how the prosecutor can pull it all together, or how she can. So I think people in the chat also think she's making points. Yep, they're saying she's planning reasonable doubt. You're saying she's planning reasonable doubt. She's doing a good job. Norma Hull says believes me that she's doing a good job, but she makes her blood boil, and I think that's probably the reaction of a lot of people.
Let's pause there. There will likely be additional questioning of Detective O'Driscoll tomorrow morning from both defense and the state. That additional questioning we do not have time for today, so we'll be recessing for the day. Between now and tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., as always, please don't talk about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of the case. Please do not do any research about the case. Please travel safe.
Okay, we're done. I'm going to sign off and not take questions tonight. I didn't see any in here anyway, but tonight I really just can't. So I will see you all tomorrow. Did he say what time? Did anybody here give a time for tomorrow? Maybe he'll say it now. Did he say, he must have said it to the jury, and I missed
Anything
it.
else on the record today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Detective, I need you to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Agreed?
8:30, we heard
Very
it.
good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Thank you.
Yeah, just real quick.
My apologies.
If there's some kind of urgent matter they need to discuss with him as the chief investigator, I guess I'm just asking we all be on honor. They don't discuss with him his testimony at all. But if they need to talk to him about something, just let me know, and we'll probably agree to that. So just if there's an urgency in the middle of the night or something.
Any problem with that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We'll be in recess until 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
Okay, see you all tomorrow. Have a nice evening.